So, as we are entering the last session of papers of our program, it's my great pleasure to call to the stand Professor Nikolaos Simantiras, whom we all have very warmly thanked for being one of the organizers of this excellent 2 days of meetings and papers on democracy, ancient and modern. And again, I find the opportunity to thank him very warmly for all the work done for assembling us here today. Uh, Nicholas Madiras is Assistant Professor of Public Law at the Faculty of Law of the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, and he's teaching constitutional law, and he's a lawyer before the Supreme Court. He has studied in Athens and also in Essex and in Munich, where he did his PhD. He was awarded the doctorate in law on a topic relevant to the network of the European Administrative Network, and his PhD has been published, as well as another monograph on administrative sanctions, fair guarantees and limits of enforcement. He has taught also in Munich and served also as at the legal office of the Presidency of the Republic, and held also positions in different centers, academic and legal, in Greece. And he will be talking today on the epistemic democracy, from epistemic democracy to democratic expertise, the constitutional challenge of effective governance. Professor Simantiras.
Professor Dimopoulou, thank you very much for the warm welcome to the chair. I'm honored to speak in front of you, dear participants and colleagues. My main thought when we started organizing the conference was how to combine ancient to modern democracy. The title of the conference, as formulated by Mr. Delacroix, raises many questions. Democracy in ancient and modern times, and the relevance of ancient Greek experience for our own times. So I tried to somehow figure out how the concept of democracy has evolved, not historically, but from a constitutional and conceptual point of view, and how the ancient Greek concept of democracy is connected to our times, or maybe how we can use the ancient Greek concept of democracy in order to maybe optimize or find problems of today's democratic situation. So my main point is actually that all concepts of democracy, I divided them in 3 different concepts that I will try to explain, share the same idea of self-government and are also confronted with the same challenge, which is mainly how can effective governance be made possible? How can a democratic system produce effective results? Starting from different starting points, we can divide between 3 main concepts of democracy. The ancient Greek concept, which is, as we saw also in the last part, direct democracy. The modern liberal democracy, which is mainly representative democracy. And the now emerging post-modern or post-democratic phenomenon, where mainly experts seem to play a very central role. And I think that there is an explanation for this evolution, as well as some problems that have to be resolved as soon as possible. First, as far as ancient democracy is concerned, from a conceptual point of view, there are at least three main characteristics that have also been stressed in the last speeches, but are very important from a constitutional point of view. First, the ancient concept is a concept of direct democracy, which means that people don't just select representatives, other people, in order to take decisions. They take substantial decisions themselves. They decide upon specific matters and how a decision of the state is formed as far as its substance is concerned. The second characteristic is that in ancient times, especially in Athens, of course, in classical Athens, the polis, the state, was regarded from an axiomatic point of view as a priority towards the individuals. First comes the polis, then come the individuals, as far as the importance and the value is concerned. An individual is only regarded as part of a polis, not as a free individual as later in after liberalism. And the third point is that according to the concept of direct democracy as analyzed and practiced in Athens, there was a deeper belief that democracy itself, as a system of decision making, can achieve good results. The deeper belief was that the many citizens can decide better than the few, either the tyrants or the oligarchs or even the experts. The main criticism of Plato against democracy was, as we know, that the experts, the specialists, should take decisions. On the other side, the concept of direct democracy is based on the idea that when many people, many citizens gather together in order to take a decision, this decision will be enriched by different perspectives on the same matter, and this variety of perspectives will make it possible to achieve a better decision, a better result. So this variety of perspective, the ability of the many to decide in a more effective way than few people, and the difficulty to corrupt many people, to bribe them, are the three main advantages as explained and practiced in ancient Greece that form the main advantages of this concept. And there is also one observation. Even in ancient times, there is already a connection between democracy and the principle of legality or the rule of law. In a speech of Aeschines, we find the observation that in democratic cities, power is exercised according to the laws, while in tyrannies or oligarchies, power is exercised according to the character or the habits of the rulers. So it seems that there is an intrinsic connection between democracy and legality, because in a democracy, power is exercised according to the law and is also restricted by the laws. So democracy and the rule of law in ancient times are thought to be concepts that are connected to each other. There is no democracy without legality, and legality is reproduced through democracy, because the laws are made by the people and are binding for the people. So this is how self-government is made possible. Self-government through law that is formed and decided by the people. Unfortunately, ancient Greek democracy only lasted almost 2 centuries, then it disappeared. When democracy appeared again, the paradigm was a different one. Modern democracy is linked to 2 basic concepts. First, the concept of a written constitution, which is almost in every country, except from the United Kingdom, a prerequisite for democracy. Democracy and its rules, its procedural rules, are written down in a written constitution. So modern democracy is linked to the idea of a written constitution that has 3 main functions. First, to legitimize public power. Second, to organize the state. And third, to restrict state power and to protect individuals against state power. So why does a constitution fulfill the function of legitimizing state power? This is due to the concept of individual freedom that had emerged in the meantime. The main idea, the main starting point now is not that the polis is to prioritize a priority. The polis is not prioritized towards the people. Now the people, the individuals, are the starting point of constitutional thinking. Individuals are regarded, after Locke and other liberal thinkers, are regarded as naturally free subjects of law. So the starting point is not the polis, it's individual freedom. This starting point has specific practical consequences. First, all individuals are regarded as naturally free and equal. Thus, the state is only allowed to restrict freedom in order to promote the public interest only to the extent that this restriction is constitutionally justified and tolerable. So individuals are now free, and the state must legitimize itself in order to take measures to serve the public interest that may restrict individual freedom. So this is why constitutions legitimize state power towards individuals, because they are free. And state power is a threat to this individual freedom. How does the Constitution legitimize state power against individuals? By 2 main ways. First, basic rights as aspects of individual freedom are constitutionally guaranteed. So constitutional rights function as limits to state power in order to protect individual freedom. And secondly, how must decisions be taken? Decisions that may restrict individual rights must be taken on the basis of democratic procedures, meaning that individual freedom is not only a limit to state power. At the same time, it is a way to form the content of state power through participatory rights of individuals. So in modern democracy, in liberal democracy, the individual is regarded as free and has two kinds of freedom: negative freedom, which protects the individual against the state, and positive freedom in the form of political rights that allow the individual to participate at the formation of state power and the decisions that are taken. From this point of view, it becomes clear that liberal democracy is not a governance system that is chosen due to the fact or on the basis of the belief that democracy can achieve better decisions as in ancient Athens, but as a method to legitimize power towards equal and free individuals. And democratic legitimation is nothing else than free participation in democratic processes that form the content of power. A major contribution to this concept has been made by the Austrian lawyer Hans Kelsen, that is, of course, known for his legal theories, but his contribution to democratic theory is, in my opinion, very important, substantial, because he evolved and explained how the main liberal idea of liberal thinkers like Locke can be transferred to a democratic theory. He explained that natural freedom of individuals is actually transformed into collective freedom and political freedom. So every individual has the right of self-determination, and at the same time has the right to participate in collective decisions. In German, the right of Selbstbestimmung, which means self-determination, natural freedom, becomes the right to participate in collective decisions, in German Mitbestimmung. Selbstbestimmung becomes Mitbestimmung. So we have two kinds of individual rights in liberal democracy. On the one side, we have individual rights that restrict state power and allow self-determination of each individual. And on the other side, we have individual rights that allow citizens to participate in the exercise of power, meaning political rights. On a legal basis, from a constitutional point of view, there is the well-known theory of the distinction between constitutional guaranteed rights of Jelinek, where we have status activus, negativus, and positivus. Status activus is exactly this participatory model, and status negativus, the defense against the state. So from this point of view, we can observe that there is one main difference of the modern liberal democratic system to the classical one. It's not direct democracy. Now we vote for our representatives. But there are two main similarities. First, each citizen is now, in both systems, a subject of power, and not an object of state power. How is this made possible in representative democracy? Through two elements. First, periodical elections. In German constitutional law, democracy is described as power that is time restricted. Demokratie ist Herrschaft auf Zeit. One can only, in each democracy, one can only exercise power for a specific amount of time, then it's over. There is no lifelong political power in representative democracy. And on the other hand, the second element that makes it possible for each citizen to participate in the exercise of power and become the subject of state power instead of object is political responsibility. It has been stressed by Professor Kyriazis in his speech that the main element, one of the main elements of liberal democracy is the power of the people to vote somebody out of his office. Otherwise, there is no responsibility, and the citizens who are just voting don't have effective instruments to participate in the exercise of power. So citizens can only be subject of power if periodical elections and responsibility, political responsibility, is guaranteed. These two elements actually compensate the lack of direct participation in decision making. The people don't take directly decisions as in a model of direct democracy, but this is compensated through the model of periodical elections and political responsibility. Each citizen can vote for a representative and then assess if his representative has been doing his job in a good way. Otherwise, he's voted out of office. The second similarity between direct and representative democracy is that decisions are made on the basis of majority, which means that the criterion for decision making is not the quality of decisions, but quantity, numbers. Something that derives, of course, from the principle of equality. If each citizen has exactly the same and equal freedom as another, there cannot be someone who is favoritized towards others. All of us have the same amount of freedom. Thus, we have to find a quantitative criterion in order to take decisions. One man, one vote. The problem is now that we are moving towards a postmodern concept of democracy that has also been described as post-democracy, because exactly these characteristics are considered or are regarded to be a threat for quality and effective decision making in democracies. Why? Because the modern world has become so complex as far as the complexity of the problems is concerned, as well as the complexity of the structures is concerned, for instance, in the European Union, that independent experts are regarded as more suitable to take decisions instead of majorities. First, a high grade of specialization is needed in many cases. Technocrats are regarded as being more suitable for specific decisions, first. And secondly, this has also been explained by Professor Kyriazis, sometimes it is a problem if representatives take decisions on the basis of their wish to be re-elected, because if they do so, they actually want to serve the majority that will make it possible for them to be re-elected. And this kind of thinking and decision making can, of course, harm the quality of the decisions that are taken. So, which is the way out? The postmodern concept of democracy has now a different starting point. The starting point of the ancient one was that the polis is prioritized towards the individual. The liberal one, that the individual is naturally free and is the starting point of the whole concept of legitimization of the state and state power. Now, thinkers have the starting point of good results. The main theory, the complex democratic theory, starts from a phrase stated by Abraham Lincoln after the American Civil War, who in his Gettysburg Address explained that his main aim is to establish government by the people, from the people, and for the people. This element, for the people, is interpreted as a democratic criterion, meaning that the modern concept of democratic theory distinguishes between two concepts of democracy, two concepts of democratic legitimacy: input legitimacy and output legitimacy. Input legitimacy is the participation of citizens in decision making. Output legitimacy refers to the quality and the effectiveness of the decisions that are taken. And according to this theory, which is very prominent in the European Union, if a decision taken by technocrats is a qualitative one, a good one from a scientific point of view, it is not necessary for this decision to be taken by voted representatives, because regardless of whom takes this decision, on the basis of this thought, the whole concept of European Union governance that is based on an independent a commission is not problematic from a democratic point of view, because institutional independence is a way of guaranteeing outputs, meaning right decisions, and therefore it is in favor of all people and all citizens, and therefore commissioners don't have to be voted in order to be democratic legitimized. And through this kind of theory, modern democratic theorists try to convince us that there is no democratic deficit in the European Union, because it is guaranteed that decisions are objectively right and good and in favor of the common good. Personally, I don't find this theory convincing, especially due to the fact that, according to the treaties, the European Union is based on representative democracy. The question that arises is, okay, who is represented and who decides upon our representatives? Unfortunately, and this is something that Professor Kyriazis also explained, it is unclear what the role and the function of European elections is nowadays. In the European election of 2019, for instance, the now serving president of the European Commission wasn't even a candidate. She appeared after the election. That is quite remarkable from a democratic point of view. European citizens are called to an election. We have candidates to choose from. We vote, and after the election, a new candidate arises from nowhere and becomes president of the European Commission. So the link between citizens, elections, and representatives, and people who exercise public power seems to have been lost somewhere on the way. One may, from this point of view, comment that decisions are taken by public bodies, so we have governance, but we don't have a government to vote out of office. There is, at the moment, a phenomenon of governance without government. If we are not in favor of a specific decision of the European Union or specific policies, we as European citizens cannot really do anything. There are policies that are decided without politics. There is no real political discussion. And even if there are discussions, there is no political responsibility. So there are two ways out of this problem. First, the easy one, just to invent a democratic theory that explains why this is democratic, meaning the theory of output democracy. Results are taken by experts, and therefore there is no need to vote. The other way would be to move from epistemic democracy as practiced in ancient Greece, where we had the concept of a true belief in the collective wisdom, at least into the direction of incorporating scientific expertise into democratic procedures. Even scientists, experts, or technocrats must be somehow linked to the will of the people, because otherwise this chain of delegation that allows people to effectively participate in decision making is lost. To conclude, 5 short points. First, from a constitutional point of view, there is indeed a link between ancient and modern democracy, regardless of this distinction between direct and representative democracy, because in representative democracy we have mechanisms that function as a trade-off that compensate the lack of direct decision-making, namely periodical elections and political responsibility. Secondly, we cannot just abolish political participation through theories that just say that good results do not have to be taken by elected individuals, because this would, in the end, transform people from subject of the exercise of power to objects of powers, because it's the people who will finally decide, or who should finally decide, if decisions are good or not good. It's not something that can be decided by experts. Third, if people are excluded from democratic participation, there is a danger that they will use their voting rights against the remaining parts of democracy. Meaning that if people just feel, and I'm afraid that this is happening in many places in Europe right now, that their opinions or their interests are not really taken into consideration in democratic processes, then they can use their voting rights in order to somehow express their opinion against the system as such, by voting, for instance, for popular parties that are against the whole structure of the European Union, or even of democracy itself. Fourth point, from a constitutional point of view, democracy is not a rule, it's a principle, and principles are flexible. A rule is either an all or nothing standard. If the traffic light is red, you must stop. If it's green, you can move on. Democracy is not like this. We do not have either a democratic or a non-democratic system. We have systems that can be very democratic, or we can spot on specific democratic deficits. It's up to us to improve our democracy, and not just to pretend that there is no problem. And fifth point, governance by independent authorities or bodies is not to be rejected as a whole, but it should be accepted only as an exemption, where it is justified in specific areas, such as, for instance, central banks, or the protection of specific digital rights, for instance. But it must not become the main paradigm, the main concept of governance, due to the fact that independent authorities lack political responsibility, and thus citizens and people are excluded entirely from decision making. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Simadias, for this very clear and interesting presentation. And now we have some time for discussion. I think it's better to have a discussion now, since the other papers are on different topics. A brief discussion perhaps between the papers. Yeah, if you don't mind, now that we have them in mind, more fresh. And also Professor Simadias spoke less than the time available, so we can have now the short discussion. Please.
Thank you very much, Professor Simandira, for your very interesting talk. And you remind me first of two small issues which I would like to add, and then I have a specific question. Well, the first issue is, of course, that you are very right that under democracy, the tenure of time should be limited, and in Athens it was 1 year for all offices. The second one, which was a very good reminder also, was the allocation to the Gettysburg Address of Lincoln, where he says, by the people. What does it mean by the people? I think this is exactly an indication of direct democracy. Because from the people, okay, it's clear. For the people, it's clear. But what does it mean by the people, if not direct democracy procedures? So, and the question is the following. We know that in Greece and Portugal, in other countries also, we have the limitation of human rights, especially property rights, to what they call the right of necessity, το δίκαιο της ανάγκης. Can you comment on that?
Yes, that's a point that is central to constitutional thought, because constitutions usually become useful when there is a problem. When everything is going well, there is no need for special rules. And this rule you just mentioned, namely the rule of special legislative processes that are implemented when time is very limited and urgent decisions has to be taken, is of course implemented under, or should be implemented under, very strict conditions. On the other hand, at least in Greece, these conditions are not a legal matter that can be controlled by courts, but a political matter. So the government actually is the one who will, in each case, assess if the conditions are fulfilled, and the special faster decision-making process has to be implemented or not. Fortunately, at least the government has political responsibility, and the people can also control the government through the next election, which actually happened, because as we all know, during our crisis, our financial crisis, the Greek government did not live very long, due to the fact that the measures taken were, of course, very strict, and the political cost of that kind of decisions was heavy for all governments involved. So we are again at the core of representative democracy. Even if something is at the edge of constitutional legality, at least we have political responsibility. And I'm afraid that this is something that cannot really work in the European Union, or in situations where an independent agency is deciding, because there we lack political responsibility. There is no election, and the officials cannot be voted out of office. For instance, just to add one more detail, as far as the Greek crisis is concerned, the political cost for the measures was taken by the Greek governments. But all of us know that the measures were not just their idea. It was a bigger task that was decided through negotiations with the European Central Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the European Commission. Suddenly, some years after the Greek crisis was over, officials of the International Monetary Fund just admitted that, okay, we made some mistakes in the Greek rescue program. But it was just a statement. No political or other consequences, just a statement that has just historical meaning and was more or less ignored in the political process because these independent agencies are outside the political process. In my opinion, if we want to safeguard constitutional and liberal democracy, we must at least minimize cases where independent officials take decisions without political responsibility.
If not, I may add just a comment.
Yes.
I was found very interesting the German definition also of democracy about time-limited power. And it brought to my mind the very first known Greek law. The very first law we have on stone, on an inscription from Greece, does not come from Athens. It comes from Thriros in Crete. It's one of the cities of eastern Crete, a Dorian colony, where we have some of the oldest preserved on stone laws. So the very first, considered to be the very first law, dates from the mid-7th century. We're 2 centuries before the creation of democracy. And the content of this law is that the city decides that the power of the supreme magistrate, who is named Cosmos, is limited to 10 years. And if somebody extends his term, he is to be fined, he is to be deprived from his political rights, and all decisions taken are invalid, which is a very sophisticated legal notion, invalidity, even to find it in the very first law. And this is validated by the Dimi, who are the representative of the people. So already, long before the concept of democracy, it's very interesting that the very, very first law we have from the European tradition is one limiting and setting, it's a lex perfecta, as we know it from Roman law, because it has a sanction, it has an invalidity, everything, a lex perfecta limiting the term of power.
This is a really interesting point. Of course, I did not know that we had such tradition with limits, time limits. But it's a very interesting point because it shows that there cannot be legitimate power without consequences. Consequences are the essence of responsibility. Without consequences of any kind, there cannot be responsibility. And I think this is also the difference between political responsibility and accountability, because accountability is mainly explaining why a decision has been taken or which criteria were implemented, but it does not lead to any consequences. And therefore, I think that this combination of time limit and consequences is a very good basis for any system of power, especially a democratic one.
So thank you very much again.
Thank you as well.
And we continue with Dr. Nebelin, sorry. So Katarina Nebelin has studied ancient history, philosophy, and political science in Greifswald and Dresden. And she has worked as a research assistant at the Cluster of Excellence, Religion and Politics in Münster. She has received her PhD in Dresden with a thesis related to Philosophie und Aristokratie. And ever since, she has worked at the University of Rostock as assistant in ancient history, and then senior lecturer in ancient history at the University of Klagenfurt, and currently is working on a second book on the late Roman Republic. And Katarina will be talking about the defense and failure of democracy.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much to the organizers of this very interesting and very interdisciplinary conference. I'm talking now about the defense and failure of democracy. In fact, it should be better the other way around, because this is what actually happened. So the failure and the defense was the chronologically right way of saying it. Today, democracies all over the world are threatened from outside and from within, varying in form and intensity. These threats are often interconnected, as seen in Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, which is accompanied by widespread disinformation campaigns and aimed at promoting anti-democratic positions and parties throughout Europe. Internal and external enemies of democracy are collaborating, and democratic actors, institutions, and even the system of democracy itself are making it too easy for them to succeed. In a way, we are making it too easy for them to succeed. But how to react? I will not be able to answer this question. I will just raise it at this point. In Germany, where I come from, and in Austria, where I live, right-wing parties openly declare that they want to abandon the democratic system in its current form and replace it by what is sometimes called an illiberal or authoritarian democracy. That is a political system, and here I quote Wikipedia, that hides its non-democratic practices behind formally democratic institutions and procedures. In fact, a democracy that is illiberal and authoritarian is no democracy at all, so the term itself is euphemistic and misleading in my opinion. It is more accurate to refer to it as a defective democracy. Nevertheless, proponents of such political systems often claim that this is what the people want, a claim that strikes at the core of democratic theory as it presents a political paradox. What if the democratic sovereign, the demos, or the citizenry voluntarily disempowers itself? Can such self-disempowerment truly be considered a democratic act? Yet wouldn't it be undemocratic to prevent the democratic sovereign from acting according to its own will? In other words, does obliging the democratic sovereign to follow certain rules, procedures, and laws mean the end, or, on the contrary, the preservation of democracy? And is it possible and reasonable to defend democracy against the will of a significant proportion or even the majority of its citizens? I think at the moment when it becomes a majority, this problem is rather valid. In my talk, I will address these questions from a historical perspective by examining the Athenian democracy and the way it was attacked and saved at the end of the 5th century BC. While it is essential to acknowledge the significant differences between ancient and modern democracies, we heard of them in many talks today and yesterday, there are nonetheless instructive parallels that may offer insights into the contemporary threats confronting our democratic systems. At first, it is important to recognize that internal strife and factional conflict within the political elite as well as within the whole citizenry, often culminating in civil wars, stases, were endemic in many ancient Greek city-states and many ancient Greek polis. Athens, however, was an exception, experiencing only 2 relatively brief periods of internal strife, during which attempts were made to overthrow democracy and replace it by a more restrictive oligarchic regime in which the right to participate in politics should be limited to the wealthy and the supporters of the oligarchy. So this too should be met. These efforts occurred in 411 and 404 BC, during and immediately after the Peloponnesian War, and lasted only a few months each. Before and then again after these episodes, Athenian democracy remained remarkably stable for about a century. To understand both the startling stability of Athenian democracy as well as the factors behind its temporary collapse, I will first examine the context of the 2 oligarchic coups. Who carried out these coups? When, why, and how did they occur? And when did they ultimately fail? Following this, I will discuss the measures and actions the Athenians implemented to safeguard their democracy from future threats. And finally, I will briefly consider whether any lessons from these events are applicable to the challenges faced by democracies today. Who carried out the coups? Both coups were organized by wealthy members of the Athenian upper classes, some of whom had already been politically active in the democracy. Most of them were high-ranking members of the Athenian fleet stationed on the island of Samos in 411, whereas in 404 the conspiracy included many participants in the first oligarchic overthrow who had fled or been exiled from Athens and returned to the city and after its unconditional surrender to Sparta at the end of the Peloponnesian War. When did the coups take place? Both coups occurred during periods of military and foreign political crisis. In 411 BC, a combination of misfortune in war and poor decisions in the war, which had already lasted 20 years, had created a series of severe challenges for Athens. The failed Sicilian campaign 2 years earlier had resulted in the destruction of a significant portion of the Athenian fleet, leading to demographic, economic and military problems, triggering revolts among the members of Athens' league, the Delian League. In addition, the occupation of a garrison in Attica by the Spartans and the financial backing provided to them by the Persians, by their Persian allies, further weakened Athens' position. The situation in 404, before the second oligarchic coup, was even more fatal. The Peloponnesian War had ended by Athens' complete defeat. Having lost nearly its entire fleet and endured months of siege, Athens was forced into unconditional surrender, now facing the very real possibility that the victors might choose to utterly destroy the city. This was, in fact, on the table at this moment. So in both military cases, military distress and the imminent decline of Athens' power prompted parts of the political elite and other citizens as well to question the democratic system and to seek alternative forms of government. However, Thucydides, the main author for the first oligarchic coup, also notes that the conspirators primarily sought to abandon the democracy on their own initiative, driven by frustration over the high contributions they were required to make to finance the war. So they had the feeling that they were treated unequal and unfair. Why did the coups occur? The Athenians' confidence in democracy was undermined by the failures in the war. In this situation, their openness and willingness to optimize and discipline themselves for the sake of their polis for the common good led them to consider significant changes to their traditional political order. The conspirators took advantage of this openness to constitutional change. It seems as if they had been waiting for such a moment for months, if not for years, and seized their chance when it finally arose. The speed and determination with which they moved to abolish democracy certainly supports this view. At the same time, the rapid failure of both oligarchic coups suggests that while the conspirators knew what they did not want, to maintain democracy, they did not agree on exactly which type of oligarchic regime this should be replaced. We will come back to this point later. This is a very common problem in political overthrows. You know what you don't want, but when it comes to establishing another regime, the discussions begin. How did the conspiracy manage to abandon democracy? In 411, as well as in 404, the supporters of oligarchy did not seize power by occupying key points of the city, the Acropolis or the Agora, as had been done before by tyrants. We have heard of Cylon's try, which failed, or Pisistratos later. This would not have been so easy, as they faced a well-organized, self-confident citizenry at this moment who outnumbered them by far. The best evidence of the strength of the Athenian democracy is thus that the oligarchs felt the need to legitimize their seizure of power through a regularly passed resolution of the central democratic institution, the assembly. Apparently, they themselves could not imagine that democracy could be abolished other than by a democratic decision, further proof of how much they themselves had internalized the rules of democracy. In 411 BC, the oligarchic conspirators first sent some delegates to Athens to influence the public opinion. In front of the democratic assembly, the ecclesia, they called for a significant change to the current constitution, which led to outraged rejection by the Athenian demos at first. They screamed about them. Peisandros, one of the conspirators, then used a clever strategy to silence his opponents. He asked each of them if they had a better solution for saving the city. As nobody was able to offer any idea, Peisandros argued that at the moment the most pressing question was not the form of Athens' government, but its salvation. Me peripoliteias, e peri soterias, they should discuss. He thus suggested that, on the one hand, there was no alternative to establishing an oligarchy, whereas on the other hand, the step was only temporary and could be reversed once the situation had changed. Exactly the same argument was brought forward in 404 BC by the Spartan general Lysander in support of the Athenian oligarch Theramenes, who had joined the first coup also, in an assembly meeting after Athens' defeat. So the Spartans were already in the city at this time. Theramenes had argued that his plan to establish an oligarchy had the backing of Lysander and the Spartans. When the Athenians loudly protested again, they were not quiet at this moment, Lysander told them, and now I quote the orator Lysias, that it must be a question not of your constitution but of your salvation. In both cases, the promoters of oligarchy argued that at the present moment the question of the constitution, the politeia, was insignificant. Worrying about the abolition of democracy was mere hair-splitting in the face of the urgent need to save the polis. Theramenes told the protesting Athenians that he disregarded their opinions as, I quote Lysias again, he knew of many Athenians who were promoting the same kind of scheme as himself, and that his advice had the approval of Lysander and the Lacedaemonians. Theramenes thus made it clear that the overthrow of the demos had already begun. He denied the assembled demos any relevance. What mattered to him was not the openly articulated opinion of the decisive political body, the assembly, but the support of some anonymous Athenians and of the Spartan troops present at the meeting. In view of the military power of the Spartan soldiers, the assembly no longer had any say. According to Lysias' report, this was literally the case. All the good men, the antros agathoi, either remained there and kept quiet, or took themselves off, conscious at least of this, that they had voted nothing harmful to the city. Only some few raised their hands in favor of the commands that had been given. Lysias' choice of words underlines that the assembly did not vote on a proposal at this moment, but was forced to accept a command. In both assembly meetings, the Athenian citizens thus initially reacted with indignation and open rejection, and then relented. It must have been a sobering and probably also disappointing experience for them that the democratic procedures did not help in such a crucial situation. They neither led to the formulation of alternative solutions, nor were they able to repel the offensive attack on democracy itself, showcasing the failure of traditional democratic deliberation procedures. Therefore, the capitulation of democracy was not the end, but rather the beginning of the oligarchic seizure of power. After the initial shock, the Democratic Assembly no longer put up any significant resistance. In 411 BC, during the first coup, the Assembly agreed to send ambassadors to the Persian army to negotiate a treaty, accepting Peisandros' demand that the precondition for this would be the abolition of democracy. Simultaneously, Peisandros launched a well-orchestrated terror campaign by activating all the previously existing secret societies in Athens and calling on them to join forces in their efforts to take over the city. Immediately, they started a very effective campaign of terror. In the current political climate, a small number of well-targeted murders of those who still dissented were enough to make the majority of the people submit. No one dared to search for the murderers. The demos, as Thucydides puts it, remained motionless, being so thoroughly cowed that men thought themselves lucky to escape violence, even when they held their tongues. Everyone was afraid to talk to their neighbors, Thucydides says. They overestimated the number of conspirators and were disturbed by the participation of fellow citizens whom they never had suspected of harboring oligarchic sympathies before. By fostering mutual mistrust in one another among the members of the demos, the conspirators had fragmented the community into isolated individuals and effectively suppressed any form of genuine, open, and fearless communication. As more and more citizens joined the oligarchs, or just remained indifferent, the democratic ideology of a civic community based on mutual trust was drastically challenged. Thus, the breakdown in communication affected both the political and the private sphere, leading to a dissolution of social bonds and relationships of trust that underpinned democratic practices. The disintegration of the community had started in the assembly and spread into the pre-political public space. We heard of these spaces yesterday. Athens had become a terrorized, demoralized, silenced city. The general loss of confidence in the political system deeply affected its functioning. It became evident that neither democracy as a political system nor the demos as a political actor could prevent the violent actions of the conspirators. In 404 as well as in 411 BC, the established practices and procedures of political deliberation were deliberately subverted. The oligarchs left no room for formal objection, forcing the demos either to stay and agree or withdraw quietly. The Athenians thus found themselves in a kind of political twilight zone. No constitutional changes had been made yet at this moment. And the most important democratic political institutions, we know of them because we have heard of them so much in the last 2 days, the assembly on the one hand and the council of the 500 on the other hand, still met. But as Thucydides says, they discussed nothing that was not approved of by the conspirators. So there was no free debate anymore. From a political science perspective, Athens at this time can be described as a defective democracy, where the usual political institutions were neither abolished nor functioned in the usual way. By this time, the stage was set for the next phase, the formal abolition of democracy through self-disempowerment of the assembly and the dissolution of the Council of 500, the Boule, a procedure that can be described as the official institutional overthrow of the Athenian democracy. First, an assembly meeting was announced outside the city on the Kolonos Hill, a symbolic place, of course. There, the oligarchs put forth only one single proposal, the abandonment of the graphe paranomon, which allowed to suspend a law or decree that contradicted the existing laws. We heard about the importance of this law today in Professor Christus' talk. This modification offered the opportunity to have the obedient assembly authorize the establishment of a cooperative council of 400. Subsequently, the Democratic Council of 500, still in office at the time, was dismissed by a group of armed oligarchs and hastily replaced by the new oligarchic coup. Obviously, the oligarchs intended to take the demos by surprise and present it with a fait accompli, as long as it was paralyzed with shock. The whole procedure exemplifies a well-known, almost stereotypical scenario of seemingly democratic overthrow of democracy. On the one hand, the demos' decision was democratically legitimized. They had voted for it. The citizens themselves had voted for their own disempowerment. On the other hand, subtle yet significant interventions, terror, change of place, the affection of opinion before, had already undermined the freedom of democratic debate. After they had dissolved the rightfully appointed Council of 500 and sent its members back home, the conspirators took over the Bouleuterion and made all political decisions themselves. The same happened again 404 BC, only about 7 years later. Ceramines, backed by the Spartans, forced the assembly to install a board of 30 law writers, syngraphes, which then appointed a council and the other office holders at their own discretion. The conspirators, in both cases, deprived most members of the demos from all of their political rights. by proclaiming that this citizenship should be reserved exclusively for those they deemed useful for the polis. In the end, those members of the economic and social elites who supported the oligarchy. But even these elites had in fact no formal part in the political process. Instead, the small group of the oligarchs' conspirators and their supporters made all political decisions themselves. Thucydides' description shows that the formal abolition of the key democratic institutions was not the beginning, but the final point in a process of political transformation. The formal disempowerment of the demos was only possible because its morale was already broken. In essence, the democracy died in silence. So the next logical step is the question, why did the conspirators fail? Both oligarchic coups lasted only a few months. On the one hand, this was due to internal divisions within the group of the conspirators themselves, who disagreed over the exact structure of the oligarchic system they sought to establish. This is very clear because if you say all citizens should rule, in a way, it's easy to do this, but if you say only a few oligarchs should rule, the question is who should they be? How should who should decide, and who should be voted to take part in the constitution? What had united them in their struggle was their shared rejection of democracy. Once it was abolished, they were unable to reach consensus on the political order that should replace it. Some favored a rather narrow political system in which a small clique took all the decisions themselves, whereas others preferred to limit the power to all people who met the census requirements they wanted to impose. Ultimately, the latter faction did not prevail, and this weakened the ruling clique, as it faced strong resistance from the start. On the other hand, in both 411 and 404, key subgroups of the Athenian citizenry, still capable of acting and fighting for their freedom, remained beyond the conspirators' direct control. In 411 BC, the members of the Athenian fleet on the island of Samos, where the conspiracy had started, later broke away from now oligarchic essence and threatened to attack the city. In 404 BC, the growing number of exiles and fugitives soon joined forces beyond Attica's borders, and then they came back and carried out a successful invasion from there. When the oligarchic regimes quickly lost power after their establishment, the demos' readiness to stay calm and seek compromise facilitated a relatively peaceful restoration of democracy. During the transformation, public discourse regained its freedom, openness, and its critical nature. Members of the oligarchy came together and, Xenophon and Thucydides told us, strongly criticized the administration, their leaders being some of the principal generals and men in office under the oligarchy. Xenophon notes that under the rule of the 30 oligarchs, when, on account of the great number continually and unjustly put to death by the tyrants, it was evident that many were banding together and wondering what the state was coming to. So they started to sit together and to discuss, which was as Christopher Degelmann told us today, a significant part of the democratic system, the democratic way of life in essence. And by banding together and speaking out freely, the Athenians in a way returned to themselves. This does not mean that the restoration of democracy went along totally peacefully. An important initial sign for the growing weakness of the oligarchs in 411 BC was the publicly executed murder of one of their members and an uprising of the hoplite soldiers in the harbor of Piraeus, accompanied by the mutiny of the fleet stationed at Samos. Whereas in 404, the oligarchs were overthrown by an army formed by numerous opponents of the regime who had been driven out of the city before. However, in the end, this return to deliberation was the return to deliberation was relatively peaceful because the Athenians resumed their long-established practice of listening to differing opinions and being swayed by arguments that prioritized the well-being of the whole polis. When, for example, some envoys of the Athenian oligarchs arrived at Samos in 411, the soldiers of the fleet at first would not hear them and cried out to put to death the subverters of the democracy, but at last, after some difficulty, calmed down and gave them a hearing. Other examples include an assembly meeting to restore unity, in which the oligarchs of 411 BC were formally deposed, and the famous amnesty of 403 BC that ended the civil war between the supporters of oligarchy and the democrats. These episodes demonstrate the importance of democratic procedures, particularly the internalized habit of engaging in open, orderly debates, where divergent viewpoints were articulated and considered. Moreover, they also illustrate the interconnectedness of institutional frameworks and political culture. Both levels were closely linked, but not identical. The demos, as a collective political actor, did not exist but when it did not exist in practice, in and through its rule, while in turn could only be realized throughout democratic practices itself. Without its capacity to rule, the demos was no subject, but just the object of the rule of the few. However, the weakness of democracy ultimately proved to be temporary. Though it was swiftly abolished, it was also swiftly restored. One could even say that both oligarchic coups, occurring just about 5 years apart from each other, were part of a single extended period of political crisis. The failure to sustain the second coup in 404 BC marked the definitive collapse of oligarchic efforts to abolish democracy. Afterwards, there was still a vivid scene of critics of the democratic system, but they were mainly writers and philosophers, and their criticism was thus limited to the sphere of literature and to their own places to discuss, for example, the academy or Lycaon or other places where the philosophers met. In the 4th century, there were no further attempts to abolish democracy in practice, only in theory, and they remained theoretical. This situation leads to two conclusions. Firstly, a significant chain of events was required for democracy to fall into crisis in the first place, indicating that the second half of the Peloponnesian War was an exceptionally severe and extraordinary period of instability and crisis. Secondly, it was evidently possible to permanently thwart further attempts to abolish democracy thereafter. In the following section of my talk, I will therefore briefly list some of the measures and actions implemented by the Athenians to protect their democracy from future threats. Most modern commentators think of ostracism when it comes to institutions designed to prevent the abolishment of the democracy, and indeed even ancient writers sometimes also placed it in this context as well. In essence, ostracism was a procedure that could be invoked at most once a year, when the assembly decided to conduct it. In such cases, each citizen would write the name of the person they wanted to exile on a piece of broken pottery. If more than 6,000 votes were cast, the person whose name appeared most frequently on the pieces was required to leave Athens for 10 years. Though their property remained unaffected during their exile. However, it is difficult to assess the concrete effects of this measure, as it seems rather ineffective for preventing an anti-democratic coup. Because when a group of people is carrying out to abolish the democracy and you can exile only one of them, the problem won't go away. Moreover, the last ostracism in Athenian history took place in 417 BC. So it was 6 years before 411 and the first oligarchic coup. The abolition of this practice thus occurred during the crisis period, and this was a time when Athenian democracy's capacity to integrate discontent and resolve intra-elite conflicts appears to have weakened. Like the two oligarchic coups, the decline of ostracism can therefore be viewed more as a symptom of the democratic system and as the democratic crisis at the end of the Peloponnesian War, rather than as the cause of this crisis. While ostracism could only take place once a year at a fixed time, there were several legal procedures that enabled a more immediate response to threats against democracy. One such procedure was the eisanghelia, often translated as impeachment, which allowed any citizen to accuse someone of treason, which also included the attempt to abolish democracy. Another was the aforementioned graphe paranomon, which permitted citizens to challenge laws or decrees that contradicted existing legislation, either after they had been enacted or while still in the proposal stage. Both legal procedures were always available, but they depended on volunteers willing to serve as accuser. In times of political crisis, when leading politicians and demagogues were murdered or intimidated, there might be no one willing to take on this role. Besides, as the events of 411 BC demonstrated, suspending the graphe paranomon had a destabilizing effect, akin to a landslide. Once it was suspended, anything seemed possible. The preservation of democracy then was precariously dependent on its single safeguard, literally hanging by a thread, and this thread was easily torn away. So after the existing security mechanisms had proved ineffective in protecting democracy, the Athenians implemented a series of measures immediately following the suppressions of the first oligarchic coups in 411 BC to strengthen the safeguards of their democratic system. Among these measures was the systematic collection and recording of the existing laws, a process that took several years and was interrupted by the second oligarchic coups, but later it was taken to an end. This attempt to fix the legal basis of democracy can be regarded as merely restorative and a return to the democratic tradition. In contrast, the so-called Demophantos decree was a genuine innovation. It required all Athenians to take an oath, pledging to confront anyone who sought to overthrow democracy. The wording of the decree is unequivocal. I will slay by word and by deed, by my vote and by my hand, whosoever shall suppress the democracy at Athens, whosoever shall hold any public office after its suppression, and whoever shall attempt to become tyrant or shall help to install a tyranny. Killing an enemy of democracy was not to be punished as murder, but rather honored as a benefaction to the community. This oath transformed the entire civic community into an oath-taking organization and defined democracy as the only legitimate political order. By attempting to overthrow it, one placed oneself outside the community and became a public enemy. And by this oath, the Athenians obliged themselves not to stay indifferent or actively promote an abolishment of democracy. So we have here speaking, voting, and in the end, at the last step, killing of anyone who wants to abandon the democracy. Both measures, the codification of the law as well as the Demophantos decree, express pride and self-confidence, but also a keen awareness of the political threat to democracy. The Athenians had recognized that pride and self-confidence were not any longer a matter of course, but had to be evoked and encouraged. Democracy was worth protecting, but also in need of protection, and this may not have been clear to them before. In the following decades, they continued to expand and protect their democracy, including many other measures, increasing the daily allowances for those who held office, the diets, acted as judge or attended an assembly meeting. And despite the changes of Athens' position within the international system in the 4th century, the Athenians wanted to finance these measures, and they did finance it. In the end, Athens' everyday democratic culture proved stronger than the oligarchic alternatives, which remained discredited in the long term. So, can we conclude this presentation on a positive note? This would be possible if we could draw conclusions for the present from the events surrounding the oligarchic coups in Athens. But what parallels can be drawn between events that took place 2,500 years ago and the crisis of democracy facing too many countries around the world today? Despite the considerable differences between the both systems, there are notably similarities. To begin with, the combination of violence and terror, along with the deliberate discrediting of democratic institutions and procedures by the oligarchs, feels all too familiar. Their strategy of setting the political agenda, dominating discourse, and silencing opponents through violent intimidation mirrors the tactics used by right-wing populists and extremists to undermine democracy today. Particularly concerning is the annulment of the graphe paranomon. While Democrats operate within the bounds of democratic procedures and processes, hoping their opponents will also adhere to them and may be disenchanted and zaubert, this is a word you hear many times in Germany nowadays, let them disenchant themselves, give them just the power to rule, and then the demos will see what it did. The enemies of democracy, on the other hand, are focused on dismantling these very processes. One or two well-coordinated actions can be enough to push the democratic system to a tipping point. At this point, we must not forget that the oligarchic overthrow of democracy in 5th century Athens had not taken place on an abstract constitutional level. It meant the concrete disintegration of the civic community as a politic organized group capable of acting together. The political transformation directly affected the Athenian self-perception and identity as citizens. They lost not only their democracy, but in a way they also lost themselves. However, also the conspirators were able to temporarily destabilize the political culture. In the long term, their attack made the Athenians realize what was at stake when their democracy was threatened. Not only the constitution was at risk, but also their democratic way of life itself. In the aftermath of the two oligarchic coups, the Athenians managed to overcome the crisis of their democracy by returning to their well-established political practices. They consciously reinforced the rule of the demos by instituting new laws and regulations designed to safeguard the constitution and prevent further attempts to subvert democracy. Today, not openly oligarchic regimes, but illiberal and authoritarian political systems are the counter-models to pluralistic and liberal democracy. However, much like Athens before the oligarchic coups, many democracies today appear to be navigating a political twilight zone where central institutions are dysfunctional, we heard of this before, rights and procedures are undermined, and two large segments of the citizenry are either indifferent or hostile toward liberal democracy. All too often, the enemies of democracy are much louder than its supporters. In the end, it depends on all citizens whether democracies will die in silence or whether they can be defended and strengthened. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nebelin, about this very interesting presentation of how democracy was threatened and abolished in ancient Athens. I don't know if you would like to have a short discussion now, with followed by a short break before we go to the last paper. Yes? Okay, so please stay here for the discussion. I have to say that while you were describing different ways through which democracy could be democratically overthrown, I was thinking that we are having currently one of the candidates to the American elections,
Yes,
who had endorsed the intrusion to the Capitol and is again running for president with chances of election. So
yes. Yes, this is exactly the problem, that it is not clear whether he will win the election. So there could be a majority, at least in the electoral college, who is voting for him. Not the popular vote, I believe, but okay, this is a problem of the system of American democracy. But even if it's 40%, 45% of the population who vote for Trump, it is enough, and it is already too much. So yes, this is exactly the problem. Thank you.
So any questions, comments? If not, sorry. Yeah, please.
As we all know, democracy is a system that can collapse by itself because it allows us to vote against democracy, while other systems of power at least protect themselves. Would you say that from a historical point of view, democracy is threatened more by itself or by external enemies?
This is a tough question. um, I think, in a way, what you said before is very valid at this point. That it is part of the democratic system itself that the government can be voted out. So, if you want to get rid of a dictator or someone like this, you have to take violent means. And in a way, that is not a problem of democracy, but in a way it's good that this mechanism exists. The problem arises when it's not about voting for another government, but voting for a government who wants to abandon democracy. And this is indeed, in my opinion, very seldomly this happened from when a threat from outside occurred. In antiquity, of course, the Macedonians abolished democracy, but this was only temporary. So when the democratic culture is strong and the people want to return to it, it's very hard to establish it in the long term that you don't go back to democracy. You would have to overthrow any attempt and would have to, I don't know, have military or something like this to enforce the system that you have created. So, in my opinion, the threat from within is the more problematic. Yes, indeed.
And it often goes hand in hand.
Yes, yes, I said that. Yes. In antiquity already, yeah? If you look at the Stases, Thucydides says this when he talks about the Stases at Kerkyra, that the whole problem was that both parties who were in the Stases against each other were able to get help from Sparta or Athens, and so the whole problem, yes, was much bigger than it would have been if only internally they would have been fighting. Yes.
If I may add also regarding the problems that may lead to the collapse of democracy, we can also take account of some mistakes, internal mistakes. The one was populism, and we remember in Athens with Cleon and all this tendency to be manipulated by the orators in the assembly, but also sometimes the cruelty of democracy itself, because the Athenians especially were very cruel when it comes to their allies or even third parties. We know the story about what they did to Mytilene, who wanted to defect from the alliance, and what they did to Milos, who was a neutral third party. So they had not been very democratic towards their allies too.
Yes.
So this is also a problem. And regarding what you said about the process of reconciliation, we see this process of oath giving repeating itself in many instances where we have stasis within the polis.
Yes.
And there are two measures. The one is the laws against tyranny, which we find in Athens, we find in Ilion, we find in Eresos and Lesbos, where we have also a very famous dossier of inscriptions attesting to the trial of the tyrants that took power at the time of Alexander, and they were tried and executed, and their descendants were exiled, and they kept coming back asking to return, and they were again tried and again exiled, and so on and so forth. So the one was the laws against tyranny, and this reconciliation process, which engaged the whole people who had to give an oath, because exactly as you said, what creates democracy is this bond of trust between the people. So they were swearing that we will retrust each other and try to cooperate and create a government for everyone and by everyone. So the oath giving was very important, was a personal oath, not through representatives. They have to give an oath that now they would live in concord and in peace and try to reach reconciliation.
Yes, yes, thank you very much.
So we would like to have a 10-minute break before we continue to the last paper. If you could, thank you so much. Genau. So it's my pleasure to introduce for the last but not least paper of this conference my colleague and dear friend Dimitris Karabelas, a legal historian and currently a visiting professor at the Athens Law School and former research fellow in the University of London. His PhD thesis examined Greek and Roman law in the second sophistic, and he has written extensively on intellectual property rights in ancient society, emotions in court proceedings, and the survival of Greek norms after the Constitutio Antoniniana. And he will be talking about Athenian democracy under Roman rule, crisis, rebirth, and its reception in modern times. There's a handout for anyone who hasn't got it yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I want first allow me to thank Professor Spiridon Vlachopoulos and Professor Nicolas Simantiras for their very kind invitation to participate in this joint conference and on joint conference on ancient and modern democracy. My contribution will focus on the decline of democracy, on the fragile nature of democracy, on what happens when democracy collapses, especially when democracy collapses in a slow and silent way, sometimes without anyone noticing. My presentation will focus on what comes after the decline of democracy and also on how a society or a political and legal culture creates defense mechanisms in order to help its members to cope with this loss or to deny the reality of this loss, believing that the death of its democratic institutions is something natural, inevitable, or even necessary. My perspective will be an historical one, and I will discuss a case study coming from Roman Athens. Athens was the most important center of democracy in classical times, and the radical transformation of Athenian legal institutions and procedures during the period of Roman rule, especially in imperial times. But first, allow me to start my presentation with some dreams. In the mid-2nd century CE, most probably in Ephesus, or in some other prominent urban center of Asia Minor, Artemidos of Daldis explained in the second book of his Onirocritica the meaning of one dreaming of goddess Estia. It is the first text on your handout. Both Hestia herself and statues of her signify the council of a city and the state treasury, and for private citizens their very lives. So according to a long tradition of oneirocritic interpretation, Hestia signifies, among others, the city council, the Vouli, which represented essentially the heart, the center of the city-state. The testimony of Artemidorus proves that this symbolism was still alive in imperial times. In the second text, Artemidorus testifies that there is the second text, from the 5th book of Artemidorus. Artemidorus testifies that a certain man imagined that he drank mustard that had been pounded into liquid form, and he became involved in a lawsuit and defended himself against a charge of murder. He was convicted and beheaded. We must notice that Artemidorus describes the fate of this poor man with a legal vocabulary which is inconsistent with Athenian law as we know it, graphi phonu, not diki phonu. But, of course, we don't know from where this man came from, but Artemidorus at the same time describes his execution as a capital punishment imposed by Roman authorities. So Rome is in charge of the penal procedure in this dream, although the wording of the procedure remains Greek. These twin texts indicate that although Greeks kept dreaming of Hestia as their city council, as Vouli, one of the pillars of democracy in classical times, they knew well that they were now subjects of Roman jurisdiction. What was the fate of the democratic institutions of the Greek city-states under Roman rule? Ecclesia, the popular assembly, Vouli, the city council, the public officials, and of course the democratic jury courts. What was their fate? A quick answer would be that all these civic democratic institutions remained the same, but lost their democratic character, both from the inside and the outside. Since the late Hellenistic period, every civic institution was captured, we may say, by members of the local aristocracies, especially in the civic offices, membership in councils, etc. And this happened in the free cities, civitates libere, under Roman rule. However, the political freedom and the democratic character of these institutions was lost. No lot anywhere, and also no decision coming from these institutions themselves. Decision making was limited to not to the assembly, but only to a city council after the first century CE, which has lost political or legal significance soever. In text number 2, we can see that, according to some of Plutarch's famous passages, addressing around the turn of the first century CE his young friend Menemachus from Sardis, who aspired to enter the political arena to be a politician, so Plutarch advised him that he must know that it is laughable, it is the second text in your handout, it is laughable when he tries, Plutarch says, to imitate the deeds, ideals, and actions of their ancestors, the politicians of his day, however unsuitable they may be to the present times and conditions. Although, in the in some line in the next paragraph, Plutarch says that although the young politician can correct the characters of his contemporaries by presenting them their current tragedies. Maybe Plutarch was against the use of historical examples that might stir up the crowd and cause the intervention and punishment of Rome. On the other hand, Plutarch warns the politician against extremely submissive behaviors that could turn him and his community into slaves of Rome. Some politicians, he argues, keep on referring all matters, regardless of importance, to Roman officials. The result is that by their attitude, these politicians bring on a reproach of slavery. He blames the greed of the local Greek elites for this phenomenon. Either, he says, they succeed in driving out their opponents, or they bring in the Romans to help them. In this way, city, council, people, and courts all lose their power and even privileges and honors. You can see the exact phrase in the second page of the handout. Εκ τούτου δε και βουλή και δήμος και δικαστήρια και αρχή πάσα την εξουσίαν απόλυση. As a result, Vuli, Popular Assembly, courts and the entire local government lose their authority. So, according to Plutarch, city council, the people, the courts have no power because of the behavior of local elites who seek only their financial profit, and of course, because of Rome. For many of the Greek aristocrats, the limited political space of their city did not satisfy anymore their personal ambitions and interests. It was a way out of this situation that the local elites sought from the Roman officials, offering in return their support to Rome. These elites were a key structural element in Roman rule, with imperial strategies largely dependent upon the cooperation of local power networks. In the awarding of justice, changes that had already taken place since the late Hellenistic period and throughout the High Empire were the decline of popular democratic courts and their replacement by judicial councils controlled by the upper classes, as was also the case with civic offices. And later, the most frequent appeal to the judicial conventus of the Roman governor. So also the courts lost the popular democratic character. Of course, the institutions in force in Greek-speaking regions during the Roman period were bound up with the historical traditions of those places, whether inhabited by Greeks or Hellenized local populations. The Romans did not try to abolish them, but handed the institutions to the local elites. The Romans left local administration to the Greeks, but ensured that this administration will have an oligarchic function. In Athens, the Agora continued to be the center of civic and political life, but no important decision on war and peace, on finance, on legislation, on public works was taken there. As we have said, in courts, local aristocrats were appointed as judges. Following the practice that we know from the Hellenistic age, civic cases remained in these local oligarchic courts, but penal jurisdiction was now in the hands of the Roman governor. Now, Greek intellectuals, philosophers, sophists elaborated defense mechanisms in order to cope with this harsh reality of the loss of the democratic character of their institutions. The most revealing case is that of Marcus Antonius Polemo, a very eminent intellectual who was also a friend of the emperors Trajan, Hadrian, and Antoninus Pius. And this is the third text on your handout. According to his biographer, Flavius Philostratus, this man, Polemo, did not allow the citizens of Smyrna he was from Asia Minor, from Smyrna, Polemo, did not allow the Smyrnaeans from having their private disputes judged outside their city, and so to that they were settled there. He did not allow them to file an appeal before the court of the Roman governor. Τας δίκας τας προς αλλήλους, ουκ άλλος επί εκφυτανία, αλίκη έπαβεν. Λέγω δε τας υπέρ χρημάτων. He refers to the private claims. Polemo, of course, attempted to prevent the intervention of Rome in the private affairs of his fellow citizens, while he confirmed at the same time that jurisdiction on private disputes remained in the local courts, which were of course controlled by the leading elite families of the city. It is also possible that citizens of the lower classes even preferred to be judged before the Roman governor instead of the local courts, fearing that they would probably be judged by fellows of their socially powerful litigants. On the contrary, Polemo urged, the next phrase on the text, Polemo urged the citizens of Smyrna to take out of the city and transfer to the jurisdiction of the Roman governor, who held the ius gladi, the power to enforce the capital punishment, disputes such as adultery, sacrilege, homicides, which constitute the most dangerous noses for the city, pollution. Τας γάρ επιμηχούς και ιεροσύλλους και σφαγέας, όν αμελουμένων άγι φύεται, ουκ εξάγειν παρεκελεύετο μόνον, αλλά και εξωθήν της Μύρνης. Take out of Smyrna. Δικαστού γάρ δίστε αυτάς ξύφος έχοντας. These cases need a judge who has the ius gladi, the power to enforce the capital punishment. So we can see here how, in this Philostatian text about Polemo, the loss of judicial autonomy is described as an act or as a desire of the Greeks themselves, the citizens of Smyrna. They want their representative, their intellectual leader wants to get out of, claims that he wants to abolish these actions, these capital crimes. In fact, this was just the harsh reality. They didn't have the jurisdiction anyway. The jurisdiction belonged to the governor. Now, from a different point of view, Greek civic institutions were also reborn under the Roman patronage. I will focus on the example of a well-known inscription of Hadrian's oil law, which is a part of the Emperor Hadrian's reform of the Athenian constitution. Let us take a look, first of all, and this elevated Hadrian to the status of a new Clisthenes, a new Athenian lawgiver. He imagined himself as a new Solon, a new Clisthenes. So let us take a look at the fourth and final text. So this is an oil decree. It's a very long inscription situated in the Roman Agora and has a terminus post quem of 126-127. And this law regulates the sale of olive oil produced in Attica. This law requires cultivators of oil to sell a third of their harvest to civic magistrates called olive buyers, eleone, before they can export any of their crop. Since it is presumed that the cultivators would prefer to export, the sale must also be at an artificially low price. Cultivators are required to register an account of their whole harvest under oath, one copy of which is filed in the archives, while another is returned to them as proof of registration. Failing to register or giving an inaccurate account leads to confiscation of their profits or their harvest. Now, violations under a certain value, this law says that, are to be reviewed by Athens Council, while once over that value, by Athens Council and Assembly and Demos together. However, cases may be heard before the Council or the people, but defendants might appeal to the provincial governor, of course, or the emperor himself. In fact, in two places this law refers to Hadrian himself. He is to be informed if an oil merchant is denounced after sailing away without making a formal declaration, and he, the emperor, and the proconsul, the governor of the province, are named as those who receive appeals. The location of the inscription suggests that the process or part of it took place in the Roman Agora, bolstering the normal interpretation of this as a space of commerce. And this law is our clearest glimpse at the systems of financial management and commercial regulation maintained by Athens in the imperial period. We must also emphasize that there are no popular democratic courts in the inscription. Vuli and the assembly has this special judicial role, and I may say that it is the only evidence for either council and assembly playing such a role in the imperial period. So, in this inscription, in this case study, we can see a very vivid picture of imperial Athens and its legal orders in action. Some democratic institutions continue to exist, such as Vuli, the assembly, or the courts. But legislation is the privilege of the emperor. He is the principal lawgiver. Jurisdiction has left the popular courts. We have no evidence of jurors and popular courts. And although the assembly or the council are still honored as courts of first instance, the litigants have the right to appeal to the emperor or to the Roman governor of the province. The emperor, with the help of local aristocrats, controls the oil distribution and regulates the sale to the local elites, and is elevated also to the status of legislator, of lawgiver, and benefactor of the city. To conclude, in this case study, democratic institutions do not serve self-governance, and even if the assembly and the council play some judicial role, they are no more responsible for lawmaking. Decisions are made, laws are imposed by the Roman emperor. There is not even a sense of a decline or crisis of democracy in this inscription. But we sense the rise of a new political and legal order. Hadrian takes the role of Clisthenes, and the former democratic institutions are just agents of his own will. You can see how the way the inscription begins. Κεφάλων νομοθεσίας Αδριανού. He is the legislator. The institutional titles, the names remain the same, but Athens was not a democratic polis anymore, not in the sense of the classical, not even in the limited sense of Hellenistic period. The city's rebirth, the vision of Hadrian, belonged to another historical era. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very appropriately closing paper, since we are examining the end and transformation of democracy under Roman rule. Any questions, comments? Please.
Just a question. You mentioned the strategos. Was there only one strategos? Because during classical times there were 10. And what were exactly his functions and responsibilities?
Function completely different in Roman times. No military function, He's there are some functions focusing on the feeding of the city, but no military, just honorific, just honorific title.
What is the time for the transformation of the Athenian democracy? Do you think that the democracy continued in realistic times, or is there a transformation towards a honorary regime? I think perhaps early in about 300 before Christ or the early 3rd century.
Yes, it's a very complicated issue. We have certain levels of de-democratization, but the difference, from my point of view, lies especially on the function of the courts, because we may have different ways of lawmaking, but the crucial difference is that we have no longer popular courts, no longer no longer jurors. The courts are completely occupied by the local aristocrats. So the poor farmer who has a dispute with his fellow citizen, a land dispute. In the sources we see that many times he prefers to go to the Roman court because he knows that the local aristocrat is the local landowner who will judge his case and he will judge against him. So he prefers, there is a movement away from democracy because the common people feel that all institutions are against them and they prefer the Roman judge, which is very interesting.
However, if I may add to your very to the point example, this is a tendency that we see across the Greek cities from the Hellenistic period onwards, where outside Athens, and with the exception of Rhodes also, we have a different system that is being preferred to the local courts because of distrust, because they're small societies, small cities, everybody knows everybody, everybody's connected with everybody. So they prefer the system of the inviting judges from another city who's coming without bonds, without links, without interests in local society to judge. So there is this distrust to the local systems, even in the popular courts or elected by lot. So it's a way of, I'm not sure that this is always connected with the collapse of democracy, but it's a distrust to the integrity of the local institutions.
It's exactly what you say with metapepton δικαστήριων. I I will just add that the appeal to the Roman to Rome has a symbolic also meaning, especially for Greeks who were not integrated in the Roman administration, because many Greek aristocrats gradually gained the Roman citizenship and then they were integrated in the Roman imperial administration. Thank you very much.
And also one last comment from another area of Greece. The very last mention that we have of the term demokratia in an inscription comes from a first century AD inscription in Lesbos, in Mytilene, where there is the word demokratia in a mutilated decree, which concerns the honors to be offered to the deified emperors. And we have also this transition where they become servants of the emperors and where the local elites are becoming priests, and it's a big, prestige to be a local elite. However, in Mytilene, we have references to the existence of the assembly and the council, the Vuli, up to the 3rd century AD. And it's exactly the same thing that you described. We have the council has become kind of honorific. We have an award given even to an actor of international fame that has been awarded the position of the counselor, a little bit like those that are nowadays elected because they can be recognized, by the public. And it's exactly as you said, they deal with decisions of minor importance concerning internal affairs or deciding to send ambassadors to the Romans for the major affairs. The Romans are taking the big decisions, and the locals are having the feeling that we still participate in something in order not to be idle, but not really for the important decisions. However, it's very important that in the Greek cities we still have assemblies operating until the 3rd century, when in Rome they disappear immediately after the election. Octavian becomes emperor. So an element of democracy still persists in Greece long after any element of public participation has disappeared in Rome.
Ja, erlauben Sie mir, weil wir, glaube ich, weitgehend unter uns sind, dass ich vielleicht ins Deutsche wechsle, weil ich dann umso herzlicher unseren Gästen danken kann und weiß, dass sie gut Deutsch verstehen. Also von daher möchte ich im Namen insbesondere der österreichischen und deutschen Teilnehmer ganz, ganz herzlich danken für die Gastfreundlichkeit, die wir hier erlebt haben, insbesondere an Professor Vlachopoulos, ich glaube, der jetzt nicht hier sein kann, aber auch an Herrn Dimantiras. Von daher, wir haben uns hier, glaube ich, in Athen sehr, sehr wohl gefühlt und danken für diese Gastfreundschaft ganz, ganz herzlich. Ich war sehr beeindruckt von der Eröffnung, die wir oben in dem historischen Raum gehabt haben. Es war, ich kann es vielleicht sagen, regelrecht respekteinflößend, in diesen historischen Gebäuden über die athenische Demokratie zu sprechen. Und gerade für mich als Althistoriker war es eben sehr beeindruckend, hier an einer Konferenz über die athenische Demokratie teilzunehmen und zu wissen, dass 1 Kilometer weiter die Beschlüsse im Volaterion gefasst worden sind und dann anfangs auf der Agora und später auf der Pnyx dann das Volk diesen Beschlüssen, diesen Anträgen zugestimmt hat oder sie abgelehnt haben, je nachdem. Von daher das, was man oft als Eindruck im Kopf hat, wenn man antike Quellen liest, sich dann hier nochmal vor Ort in Erinnerung zu rufen, ist schon eine besondere Gelegenheit. Und ich hoffe, dass wir vielleicht als Gäste Ihnen haben zeigen können, welche Bedeutung die athenische Demokratie auch an deutschen Universitäten, nicht nur in der alten Geschichte, sondern auch in der politischen Philosophie, in der Politikwissenschaft spielt, in der Forschung, aber auch in der Lehre, wo das Thema eben zu einem Standardthema gehört. Und ich glaube, das kann ich auch sagen für die politische Philosophie und auch die Politologie, soweit ich es von meinen Bonner Kollegen her kenne, wo eben dann die Grundlagen der Demokratie in der Antike immer wieder auch thematisiert werden. Von daher habe ich es auch sehr genossen, dass wir von verschiedenen Disziplinen uns zusammengefunden haben, von der alten Geschichte, von der Rechtsgeschichte, die vertreten ist hier, von der politischen Philosophie, von der Jurisprudenz eben dann auch, von der Verfassungsgeschichte her, hier verschiedene Blicke auf die antike Demokratie werfen zu können. Wir verdanken der athenischen Demokratie, glaube ich, viel, das wissen wir alle. Wir alle wissen, dass die Wiege der athenischen Demokratie in Athen steht. Das ist unbestritten, auch wenn es in den letzten Jahrzehnten Forschungen gibt, dass es auch in Mesopotamien Städte gegeben hat, die sich selbst verwaltet haben, wo wir in den Inschriften Ratsversammlungen nachgewiesen haben, Volksversammlungen nachgewiesen haben, sodass es sein kann, dass es schon vor der athenischen Demokratie, ja, man könnte sagen, Stadtrepubliken gegeben hat, die sich vielleicht demokratisch, so wie wir es von Athen kennen, vielleicht eher republikanisch, wie wir es von Rom kennen, verwaltet haben. Aber der große Unterschied ist eben, dass nur die athenische Demokratie eine solche Wirkungsgeschichte entfaltet hat, dass man sagen kann, im 19. Jahrhundert, dann vor allen Dingen im 20. Jahrhundert und 21. Jahrhundert hat diese antike Tradition der griechischen Demokratie auf Europa gewirkt und zum Siegeszug dieser Verfassungsform beigetragen, auch wenn nicht alles, was sich heute Demokratie nennt, eine Demokratie ist. Und das war ja auch ein Anliegen hier vielleicht dieser Konferenz, nochmal auf die Grundlagen der antiken Demokratie hinzuweisen, wohingegen die Städte im Mesopotamien diese Wirkung nicht entfalten konnten, weil sie erst seit einigen Jahrzehnten gelesen werden können, die Keilschrifttexte, sodass sie an sich erst jetzt eine Wirkung entfalten können, sodass man sie demnächst vielleicht eben mal mit in den Vergleich hineinziehen kann, wie sich eben dann diese vorderasiatischen Stadtrepubliken gegenüber Athen und Rom verhalten haben. Von daher vielleicht gibt es ja auch eine Fortsetzung der Konferenz, die wir hier in Griechenland haben, vielleicht in Deutschland. Sollte man vielleicht daran denken, dass nicht nur die athenische Demokratie ihre Wiege in Athen hat und wir den Griechen da sehr viel verdanken, sondern auch eben das, was wir Federal States, Bundesstaaten nennen, hat ebenfalls die Wiege in Griechenland. Das ist vielleicht ein bisschen weniger in der Öffentlichkeit bekannt. Aber die Griechen haben in vielen Regionen bundesstaatliche Systeme ausgebildet. Und das ist etwas, wo wir sagen können, da können wir vielleicht diese antiken Vorbilder noch stärker vergleichen mit den repräsentativen, parlamentarischen Demokratien, die wir heute haben, oder auch eben mit der Europäischen Union, die ähnliche föderale Systeme haben. Also auch diese Wiege liegt in Griechenland und von daher verdanken wir beide Dinge, der Demokratie und eben den föderalen Systemen, verdanken wir eben von daher viel. Von daher nochmal einen ganz, ganz herzlichen Dank an alle, die teilgenommen haben mit ihren Referaten, Vorträgen, die mitdiskutiert haben, die nach Athen gekommen sind und die uns hier in Athen so herzlich begrüßt haben. Auch nochmal herzlichen Dank für gestern, den schönen Abend, den wir gehabt haben im Uniclub. Also von daher ganz, ganz herzlichen Dank dafür. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
I'll speak in English because we have some colleagues here who don't speak German. Well, I'll take first the comment that Professor Schmidt said about the early Mesopotamian proto-democracies, as Jacobsen actually calls them. I think the difference with them, and also where there are also some other papers and saying that perhaps even the Mexicans had some kind of democracy and so on. But I think the difference which was very clearly made in our conference is that democracy actually in ancient Athens and not only in ancient Greece was something which has to do with institutions. And all the former cases, Mesopotamia and so on, maybe have shown that there were some consultative bodies and so on, but they didn't, or we don't know at least, how the institutional setup was made. While in Athens, as we have shown from all different aspects of our conference, we've shown that the democracy, the Athenian democracy, was a democracy which has very specific and stable institutions, even also institutions which evolved through time, as in the former lecture we showed, for example, with Graphi Pananomon. And this is actually what makes a difference, even if some kind of proto-democracies existed before. And this is a great difference with classical Athens and classical Greece. And I think this is what came out very clearly in this conference. Now, I would like to thank all the participants. I would like to thank especially Dr. Delacroix, who was the initiator and who had the idea of making this conference, and of course, Professor Schmitz, Professor Bata, and all the others, Professor Nida Rümeling, all the participants for being here with us and giving us the opportunity to exchange all these views and hear the different views, which are very interesting. And I would like also to remind you that we would like to publish a book with the paper proceedings of the conference. And I think if you agree, Professor Simandias, could they send you on your mail so that you collect everything? So please keep in mind that we should collect the papers, either in German or in English, as you prefer. We can have a bilingual edition. And as Dr. Delacroix said, perhaps we will have the the honor and the joy for the next conference to be held in Strasbourg under the auspices of the European Court of Human Rights. Perhaps, let's hope that will go through. If not, somewhere else. But anyway, I think that the important thing is that we should really institute a permanent democracy conference every 1 or 2 years so that we keep the tradition and follow also the, well, what happens with democracy year from year. So thank you very much again. And well, it was a pleasure having you with us.
Since there's my name on the program, so concluding remarks, there's nothing to be added, I think, from my side. Maybe two wishes. One is that this discussion, that we had 2 days of dense speeches and discussions, that this is continued in some form or the other. It's an multilingual, two-lingual, three-lingual format that was chosen, a multi-interdisciplinary format that was chosen, and I think that should be continued in case we meet again. Maybe with a better balance of disciplines, yeah, so we can probably include also some other expertise from other disciplines as well. But the Greek-German combination seems to be very fruitful. I like it very much. I prefer to come to Athens instead of Strasbourg, but we could invite you to Berlin too if we are still in the cooperation as the Humanistische Hochschule Berlin. Has something to do with humanism. Maybe we could even topically extend it a little. Origins of democracy, human rights, humanism, whatever. But that's up to Theo Delacroix, who is the initiator and the spiritus rector, and depending everything on him probably. So thank you very much. I enjoyed it very much. Thank
One of the things which must be said, what are we going to do about these books? Yes, of course. And I think Mr. Professor Barker may have to say something about it. This is because I'm not. Eine ganz kurze Bemerkung. Ich habe auf Anraten des
wichtigste Problem aus meiner Sicht bei Platon in Bezug auf die Demokratie, und das ist der Unterschied zwischen Sein und Schein, die Gefahr durch die Demagogie und die Sache mit dem Höhlengleichnis. Ich wollte nur einige Scholars hier in der Diskussion bringen, die leider nicht hier vertreten sind, die aber vorgestern oder vor 3 Tagen in der Athens Democracy Forum, zum Beispiel Jeffrey Sachs, zum Beispiel Ex-Botschafter Zach Matlock, der war der letzte langjährige Botschafter der USA in der Sowjetunion, ja, dem man den jetzigen Tag auch zum größten Teil verdankt. Und diese Leute, die behaupten, dass wir heute in einem Kampf der Narrative, dass wir mitten in so einem Kampf stehen, bei dem eigentlich überhaupt nichts, oder naja, was heißt überhaupt nichts, dass man sehr lange suchen muss, um die Wahrheit zu finden. Und das sei die größte Gefahr der Demokratie, also das, was vorher als Angriffskrieg Russlands gegen die USA mit Sicherheit übergedacht wurde, wird von großen Experten als ein Stellvertreterkrieg der USA gegen Russland auf Kosten der Ukrainer bezeichnet, bei dem wir eigentlich wie die Gefangenen in Platons Höhle sind. Das ist Zitat von Jeffrey Sachs. Und meine Frage, also Hegel, also zu dem ich promoviere, zu seiner Tragödientheorie, würde hier sagen, der Weg daraus ist, wie der Platon und die antiken Philosophen sagen würde, Dialektik, Gespräch, Anerkennung des anderen und nicht selbstgefällig davon ausgehen, dass wir die Wahrheit besitzen und die anderen im Prinzip dumm sind oder autoritär oder Apokraten und so weiter. Und daher, wie der Römerin auch Erik Voegelin erwähnt hat am Anfang, der hat gegen die Gnosis im Prinzip polemisiert. Und diese Gnosis hat als Merkmal den Kampf zwischen Gut und Böse, manichäisch. Und das ist genau das Gegenteil von dem, was die griechische Tragödie leistet. Ja? Also es ist ein Kampf zwischen Gut gegen Gut, und wir sollen versuchen, uns zu verstehen und uns als gleich anerkennen. Und das, also durch Bildung und Dialog, könnte man aus der Tragödie den Weg rausfinden. Aber meine Frage an Herrn Delacroix wäre, was ist laut Jan Varoufakis, der hier auch kurz vorher erwähnt wurde, der Grund, weshalb die griechische Tragödie uns zu Selbstkritik hinleitet? Und wenn es erlaubt ist, würde ich gerne mal seine Antwort hören. Wenn Sie erlauben, natürlich. Dankeschön.
Are you reopening the conference for my answer?
Ach so,
Well,
ja, okay, nein.
If you want to
well,
make
yes.
a short statement, I think.
Well, we are actually outside the program, I understand, but I would like to answer your question. And what this idea of self-insight has to do with Mr. Varoufakis. And it so happened that in 2017 there was a conference, there was the Documenta here in Athens, which would have to say many things about, but when I do not organize or inspire conference on democracy, I occasionally organize art festivals and art projects. In that case, I seized the opportunity of the 2017 Documenta in Athens, Kassel and Athens, to bring the Berlin Weissensee School of Arts here to Athens, and we organized a project together with the School of Fine Arts of Athens. And the project was called Edge Piraeus because we staged the exhibition of the products, of the productions of the young students of both sides in Piraeus, in Castella, yes, and near the National Yacht Club, in fact. And so in that framework, the art students were asked to relate their creativity to the ancient Greece, to that experience. Yes, you would have liked many of these things as being the son and grandson of a sculptor. Yes, because there are many things which I think outshined what was actually happening in the official documenta. We were quite good in that reflection by the means of art. So, and then I staged a debate on, in fact, the modern contemporary art in its relationship with the classical art. And So I invited Minister Yanis Varoufakis. I called him and I said, "Will you come, please?" "Oh, I'm very busy and I'm sorry." But I said, it's important because I can't agree with you at all in financial matters or policy matters, but this is the opportunity to listen to you, precisely because you do have views, diverging views from me. And he said, if that is truly the case, if you're inviting me to express opinions which you don't like and which you do not agree with, I will come. Yes? And so on that evening, with his motorbike, yes, he had cancelled something else. And thank you for cancelling, very important for this conference, by the way. He sort of came to Castilla and he said, well, I will tie into the subject in speaking about the principle of critical self-reflection as being a leitmotif of Greek tragedy, and probably not only tragedy, I must always add Aristophanes and comedy as well. And he developed this off the cuff. He didn't come with any manuscripts to read it out, he developed this on the example of the tragedies of Sophocles. Yes, brilliant, brilliant, and so I think this, maybe in combination with the gnosis auton principle, I think that is not only a personal element of personal maturity to know who we are, to know who we are, but to again also in the academic world, in practically every humanistic situation, sort of answer and ask the questions: why do we think? What is our pre-orientation? Is it left or right or central? And that is so important, a principle for any kind of discipline, and it should be a main sort of leitmotif, not only for tragedies, but also for science. So at the end of that particular event, I said, so Mr. Varoufakis, Yanis, why did you ever have to become fine minister? You would have been such a good professor. And so he was a little sour because obviously Yanis Varoufakis is a very experienced professor. Like his, if you like his theories, financial theories, yes or no, but he is an excellent expert. And I think maybe despite so many hesitations, because I must add this, when I said Yanis Varoufakis is coming, quite a few of my Athenian invitees would say, if he's coming, we are not coming. And this I find totally unacceptable. Yes, and so I think we should keep in mind, I know that he's just been prevented from coming to Germany because of his Palestinian sympathies, by the way. But I think we should not only the like-minded people, but we should definitely also consider the non-like-minded people if we want to have a real open discussion. And this would be my suggestion for any follow-up. I'm very pleased to notice that we have a bit of competition between Berlin, Bonn, and Strasbourg already. Well, that's a great situation when in future we have a choice where to go. Thank you very much. So. Ein Gruppenfoto, ja, unbedingt. Όλοι μαζί, όλοι μαζί, όλοι μαζί. Να κάνουμε μια ομαδική... Unbedingt, ja. Ja, zorg jij voor fotografen? Να κάνουμε μια ομαδική φωτογραφία μαζί. Έτσι λέμε. Ή θέλετε μπροστά στο κτίριο μήπως?
Ό,τι θέλετε εσείς, ό,τι νομίζετε.
Please, you have asked such a good question. Join us. Everybody must join us.
Who's taking the picture? Yeah, I could take the picture for you because I don't belong to the group. So that would be a nice idea. Yeah, and then we try.
We are very inclusive, not exclusive. Yes.
Exactly.
And Sylvie?
The other side. What? Okay. Three, two, one, cheese. Hello, this was the first. Once more. Second. Yeah. One more. With this with cellular too? Should I tell? Yeah, would be nice. Yeah. Can you please check, Professor Simantiras, if it's okay? Absolutely. So, ja. Oh, dass die sind auch alle so viele Männer. So, alle bereit? 3, 2, 1, Cheese. Okay, also da geht noch eine. Letzte. So, ganz herzlichen Dank. Jetzt wollte ich noch meine Frage stellen. Ist das mit dem Elektrodes? Wissen Sie, das ist ein ja, Thank you very much. Gabriela. Great to meet you. I'm very impressed. Whatever you said. I'm coming downstairs. Thank you. It was very. Thank you so much.
έχω ένα φωτεινό και ένα reverse.
Τι είναι το reverse?
Ανάποδο προς το κοινό. Όταν χειροκροτάμε, όταν αυτό. Δεν μπορείς να τους αφήσεις όλα τα option να κάνουν ό,τι θέλουν.
Άρα το monitor που θα το έβαζες, θα φαίνεται πολύ άσχημο.
Εγώ έχω τα monitor, για αυτό που σου λέω που είναι δύο άσπρα και μπορείς να τους τα βάλεις
Άμα κάτσεις στην πρώτη σειρά θα καταλάβεις γιατί δεν μπορώ να τα βάλω, γιατί είναι Επίσης, πολύ σημαντικό. Θα μπορούμε εκείνη τη στιγμή, π.χ., αν κάποιος θέλει όντως να αλλάξει κάτι, να μπορούμε να το στέλνουμε σε ένα γενικό. Κατάλαβες τι λέω. Ότι και εκεί θέλω να μου πεις εσύ. Τι βολεύει, να έχουμε μία κεντρική παρουσίαση ή να έχουμε 15 παρουσιάσεις που θα είναι Ιωάννης Παπελιωτάκης μπουρ και να ανεβαίνει.
Γενικά βολεύει πιο γρήγορα είναι το μία. Δεν έχεις καμία αλλαγή. Το μία βολεύει. Εμένα μου βολεύει πάρα πολύ.
Ναι.
Το μία βολεύει.
Ναι.
Εμπρός.
Από εδώ που βγαίνει.
Έξω.
Στην αυλή. Στην αυλή.
Αλλά δεν την έχω ανοιχτή αυτή.
Όχι, το ρωτάω για να...
Συνήθως όχι. Αλλά όταν είναι μεγάλα τα συνέδρια και γεμίζει την αίθουσα και μας κατά απέτηση του συνεδρίου ανοίγει και αυτή για λόγους ασφαλείας.
Ναι, ναι, αυτό το συζητάω.
Αν μας πείτε εκεί την
Ελπίζω
ώρα.
να έχουμε. Δηλαδή, τι να πω, δεν ξέρω. Θα δούμε.
Τι άλλο θέλουμε τώρα για να πάμε και προς τα μπροστά. Γιατί θα έρθουν και άλλοι να φέρουν πράγματα και δεν ερχόμαστε.
Ερώτηση. Την
Παρακαλώ.
16 δεν είμαστε.
Εντάξει.
Στη
Ναι.
15
Ναι.
παίζει κάτι.
Θα πρέπει να δούμε μπροστά το πρόγραμμα.
Ωραία, για να δω
Και να
τι
μην
ώρα.
παίζει τώρα, μπορεί να βγάλουν. Αλλά, κατάλαβες. Για να
Τώρα μετά
φορτώσει, να ξεφορτώσει.
το
Για να
πρόγραμμα,
στήσω.
το
Γιατί
πρόγραμμα
δεν
του
είναι 10 λεπτά, ούτε μισή ώρα, ούτε μία ώρα το στήσιμο. Είναι 3-4 ώρες.
Δεν θα έχει κοντινά δηλαδή με τις κάμερες τώρα που το σκέφτομαι.
Τι?
Θα έχει ένα γενικό πλάνο, ένα κοντινό υπέρ.
Είναι ένα γενικό, ένα κοντινό και ένα reverse.
Κοντινό στον καθένα, φαντάζομαι.
Ναι, ναι, ναι.
Τώρα φαντάζομαι το πρόγραμμα του μήνα είναι ολόκληρο τόμους στο τομόζι.
Okay.
Γι' αυτό λέω πώς θα βρούμε κάποια στιγμή να δούμε.
Ωραία. Αλλιώς εμείς θα είμαστε εδώ πάρα πολύ νωρίς. Την Τετάρτη. Θα έρθει και το δημοσιοστήριο να στήσει έξω.
Την
Τώρα
Τετάρτη
εσείς
εσείς.
κύριε Μιχάλη που θέλω να μου κάνουμε μια χάρη να είναι όλα καθαρά. Θα είναι όλα καθαρά.
Αυτή τη στιγμή είναι μετά από εκδήλωση, δεν μπορεί να είναι
Αυτό
καθαρά.
λέω. Θέλω να πω θα είναι καθαρά.
Αν
έτσι.
έρθετε όμως αύριο το πρωί,
Θα είναι
πάλι
έτσι.
έχουμε εκδήλωση, θα έρθει η κυρία που καθαρίζει. Τα κατακατάκα θα φτιάξει.
Τετάρτη σε τι ώρα παίζουμε 10.
9.30 προσέλευση, 10 παίζουμε. Παίζει 10 και 10.
Αν τα βάλετε Τετάρτη, πρέπει να είστε στις 6 ώρα.
Δεν προλάβετε, δεν προλάβετε.
Πες δηλαδή από την Τρίτη.
Το δημοσιοστήριο θα έρθει στις 6 την Τετάρτη. 7. Το φαγητό. Το catering. Για να τα... Και μπορείς να φέρεις και από εδώ το αυτοκίνητο.
Αυτό θέλω να δω που, γιατί θα πρέπει να το σπάσω.
Να το σπάσεις.
Έχω
Να έρθουν κάποια πριν, κάποια μετά.
Όχι, κάποια
Τι
πράγματα
αυτοκίνητο είναι.
δεν μπαίνει από εδώ, το ξέρω.
Τότε απ' έξω και τα κατακατάκα.
Από εδώ δεν μπαίνει.
Γιατί δεν μπαίνει.
Δεν περνάει την πόρτα.
Α, είναι με τέτοιο η πόρτα.
Η πόρτα είναι...
Όχι, δεν χωράει, χωράει γιοταχή με κλειστούς καθρέφτες.
Είναι με
Στενή.
Ναι, γιοταχή με κλειστούς καθρέφτες. Τώρα τα βανάκια δεν τα παίρνει.
Να σου πω κάτι, εγώ με το πόλο που έχω, τώρα που έχω πάρει τον αέρα, ψήνουμε το πρώτο κύριο. Τις πρώτες φορές είναι έτσι. Αλλά τώρα τα βανάκια, ξέρω εγώ, πρέπει
Όχι, όχι, δεν
να
περνάει.
πάρεις την απόλυτη ευθεία,
Ναι,
την
ναι,
απόλυτη
εντάξει.
ευθεία, να κλείσεις τους καθρέφτες και να κάνεις το στόχο.
Έχουν βάλει βανάκια.
Εννοείται ότι έχουν βάλει.
Άμα το έχουν βάλει.
Βέβαια η αλήθεια είναι ότι πολλές φορές έχουμε και το γρατσούνι. Αυτό έμεινε από πριν. Μες στη μάχη έχει τέτοιο.
Στη μάχη. Όχι, μια συνέδριο για την παιδική προστασία είπαμε να κάνουμε. Δεν είπαμε να κάνουμε κανένα. Να.
Εξαρτάται τι βανάκι είναι.
Μονόλι.
Άμα είναι μικρό βανάκι, άμα είναι τα εκείνα τα μεγάλα τα ταμπούρλα, δεν βάζει.
Να
Δεν
σου
είναι
πω.
το μικρούλι, είναι το...
Όχι, άμα είναι
Το
μεγάλο.
ξέρω αυτό.
Να τους.
Γεια σας. Και αυτό έχει κάποια σειρά που δεν είναι ανοιχτή.
Που δεν είναι καμένος, είναι καμένος. Οι σειρές για να ανοίγει ολόκληρη δεν ανοίγει καθόλου. Δεν είναι για να δεν έχει δικό διακόπτη, σειρά πάει. Σειρά και διακόπτη.
Και αυτό τώρα τα καλωδία θα πρέπει να το βάλουμε από κάτω. Μπορούμε, γιατί δεν. Αυτό δεν φτάνει, θα με τρελάνετε. Αυτό δεν μπορεί να πάει από έτσι και έτσι. Ναι.
Μπορούμε, αλλά τι γίνεται. Αν σας το βάλω. Εγώ θα κάνω τι μου πείτε.
Εννοώ να το βάλουμε από κάτω.
Εγώ θα κάνω τι μου πείτε. Εγώ σας λέω γιατί δεν θέλω να το βάλω. Για να συνεχθούμε, έτσι.
Ναι, ναι.
Αυτό το καλώδιο, επειδή είναι πάρα πολύ βαρύ και επαγγελματικό και το προβολές είναι ερασιτεχνικό, μπορεί να κόψει την τριμάει. Το έχουμε βάλει έτσι για να κρατάει το βάρος.
Εδώ να στηρίζει.
Είναι υπερβολικά βαρύ το καλώδιο. Δηλαδή λίγο να.
Κατάλαβα.
Θα πάρει το HDMI μαζί του. Αυτό είναι το θέμα.
Ωραία, το άλλο καλώδιο.
Το άλλο θέλει μπαλαντέζα, η οποία δεν έχουμε.
Να φέρω μία ρε παιδιά. Αν είναι δυνατόν.
Δεν δίνουμε κονδύλια. Εγώ τι να σας κάνω.
Όχι, δεν θα σας
Και κάθε φορά που το λέω, έχω και τον επόπτη, τι πας και τα λες αυτά και δεν πρέπει να τα λες και μας κάνει ρεζίλη.
Ναι, σιγά. Λοιπόν, άρα εδώ δεν είναι μπαλαντέζ αυτό.
Αυτό είναι το ασύρματο, δεν είναι τίποτα. Αυτό είναι σταθερή μονάδα του ασύρματο.
Και αυτό πάει από κάτω.
Μπαλαντέζα είναι εκεί κρέμεται, στο πίσω κάτω.
Το πιάσα.
Η πρώτη μπαλαντέζα. Αυτή που έχουμε γενικά για να το πάρω από την Κριστίνα είναι λίγο. Και θέλει δεύτερη μετά για αυτό. Αν σας χαλάει την έχετε εκεί.
Όχι, εγώ θέλω να
το λέω ειρωνικά, μην παρεξηγείς.
Μου πω ότι χαλάει πρώτον και δεύτερον.
Εγώ δεν το λέω ειρωνικά, το καταλαβαίνω.
Θέλω να.
Οι γυναίκες σας ιδιαίτερα δεν σε δίγε. Τι έκαναμε τώρα.
Καλά, δεν είναι και θέμα ιδιαίτερα.
Θα τα αλλάξουμε.
Όχι, και καμιά περίπτωση.
Καταλαβαίνω, αλλά ξέρετε, όχι δεν εννοώ αυτό. Αλλά έχω δει τόσα χάλια όταν πρώτα ήρθα εδώ 27 Οκτωβρίου που τώρα αυτά εδώ μου φαίνονται τέλεια. Δεν φαντάζεσαι τι γινόταν εδώ πέρα.
Είμαι σίγουρη. Απλά λέω ότι μήπως μπορούμε να γλιτώσουμε και κάμια θέση εδώ πέρα, αυτό λέω.
Νομίζω ότι γεμίστε χαλάλη σας.
Για να δούμε.
Σας λέω πάλι δεν είναι να πούμε έτσι, γιατί παρεξηγεί το χιούμορ μερικές φορές.
Όχι, παρακαλώ.
Και εσείς τώρα από πού είσαστε?
Από τη Γιωτό.
Πληρώνετε κι εσείς? Πληρώνετε κι εσείς εδώ μέσα?
Θα πληρώνω.
Που περίεργα ρε, λέω σε πόσο παίρνουν λεφτά.
Σαν την αίθουσα.
Πληρώνω σαν την κάστα, ναι.
Πληρώνετε δηλαδή. Είπαμε πως εσείς στα ιδρύματα να κάνετε καμιά.
Έλα. Ναι.
Παλιά δεν δίναμε όλα τζάμπα. Μια πενταετία να σας
Ναι. Τι ώρα? Όχι, δεν μπορείς, αλλά είναι πάνθυμη στα εξπρές, παιδί μου. Να σου πω, δεν μπορώ τώρα, γιατί δεν έχω δει, δεν ξέρω, μου φύγει και εμένα, μου το και εμένα.
Οπότε πρέπει να είναι δημόσιο τώρα.
Άμα είναι οικονομικά, ναι, βέβαια. Άμα θέλει να έρθει 14. Άκουσε, στο σπίτι του Ντάνι είναι 45 €, δεν είναι τίποτα. Ωραία, πες μου να κλείσεις, ναι, στείλ του, κλείσε ό,τι πτήσεις θες. Ναι. Τώρα το αν είναι φθηνά, πρέπει να το δούμε.
Δεν ξέρω,
Θα μας ρωτάει τόσο και τόσο. Τι ώρα σου είπε? Το νούμερο το δούμε, παιδί μου.
Για πότε είναι, πόσες μέρες? 16. Ναι, τα κουμπάκια.
Ρώτησέ μου λίγο πρώτα το email του. Σίγουρα. Να πω λίγο στη συνέχεια, να πω λίγο
Έχει αξία 1,5 €. Και εμένα δεν μου
Α, ξέρω, επειδή είμαι τώρα στο πανεπιστήμιο θα σκοτώ μετά. Λοιπόν, Φόβορε. Πήγαμε.
είναι από την προβολή και τα λοιπά.
Ναι, από το συμβολή. Όχι, δεν μας πήγαινε Σάβα. Νομίζω ότι πώς μπορεί να πηγαίνει στο
Μα
πανεπιστήμιο.
καταρχήν πλέον η κυβωτός βάσει έχει πάρει προσωρινή δίκηση στο δημόσιο, δεν είναι?
Όχι.
Όχι. Ιδιώτες αυτές.
Ρίζονται προσωρινή, ναι.
Έχω ακούσει ότι έχει πει το δημόσιο και έχει.
Έχει απομακρύνει τον παπά το υπολεκτρία, γιατί είναι υπόδικος και το τρικαθήμονου. Οπότε.
Δεν θα κάνει προπόνηση. Οπότε εσείς θα δουλέψετε από πού είστε?
Ενώ αν το έχει
Το οποίο θα τις κάνετε εσείς εκλογές ή το δημόσιο πάλι?
Δεν μπορούμε να κάνουμε εκλογές. Εμείς είμαστε σαν να έχουμε μπει καθαριστεί. Πώς να σου το πω. Σαν να έχει φτωχεύσει η κυβωτός και να έχουμε μπει εμείς να την ξαναφτιάξουμε. Κάπως έτσι.
Υπάρχει φωτιά, πώς τα βλέπετε, ή μόνο καπνός είναι?
Υπάρχει καπνοσφαιρουτιά.
Δεν ήξερα θα μου το πείτε αυτό, αλλά ξέρετε τι γινότανε. Δεν θα προχωρήσω περαιτέρω, γιατί και εσάς την λεπτή θα είσαστε ό,τι αν ξέρετε και εμένα δεν με ενδιαφέρει κιόλας. Απλά ήταν ο μόνος άνθρωπος που έβλεπα στην τηλεόραση και πιστευόμουν. Δηλαδή ακόμα και τον χαμόγελο του παιδιού κάτι μου κρύβει, δεν ξέρω, κάτι μου βγάζει.
Τώρα σου κάνει δουλειά.
Αυτόν τον συγκεκριμένο τον τύπο, αυτό το συγκεκριμένο τον τύπο, κυρία Δεσποινής, είσαστε με τίποτα, δεν πήγαινε το μυαλό με τίποτα, με τίποτα. Όχι μόνο για την κονόμα και όλα τα άλλα που λένε.